All right. It is 5:30. We'll go ahead and get started here. Or not.
Glory Day pre-market phase today is about structure not prediction. Mark SPX and XPS high lows block and liquidity.
All right. Give me just a second here to get set up. Okay, cool. All right. Today is another glorious day. Just want to give thanks to God for the revelation of these principles and strategies that we're sharing and access to abundance. With that being said, I'm sharing this for informational purposes only. It's my own proprietary system, a result of my own research, and it's a strategy that I use in my own real account. While it's principles-based strategy, the strategy is subject to change. By sharing my trading activities, it's not a solicitation from me to buy or sell securities for others. Trading involves risk with the possibility of loss of principal. Sharing my live trading sessions should not be construed as investment advice. All right. Just want to recap yesterday. Yesterday was pretty extraordinary. Just want to point out down here. So price stayed compressed at this lower level. This was below 6,800, dipped down as low as 6,780. It stayed there for the most part of the morning, I'll say. And as you can see, we had this uptrend, this ascension. Look at all these green candles. You'll notice the pink line right there. So price magnetically went back to the VWAP at the end of the day. We set in red for the most part. And usually when you sit in red, you're wondering, should I close this out and just take the loss? Well, one thing with the iron condor is maximum loss is set. So, you're not going to lose like your house. You already know what max loss is, and it just brings to mind risk management. Don't trade more than you're willing to lose. Comes to mind. We hate losing. We get emotionally attached, and all this psychological, all these psychological processes start taking place, and we just don't want to lose. So we stay in the trades. However, my thought process as I was analyzing the position yesterday, being that it was pretty deep in the red, I was down considerable, but I went back to the thesis that price will gravitate back towards the VWAP towards the end of the day. It's going to make an attempt to go back to the VWAP. And if you look over to the left over here, you'll see that resistance doesn't start until there. So that's like at 6809 level. So if price is below the 6809, VWAP will gravitate, will magnetically attract the price to the VWAP line, the pink line there. And so I looked at the chart and I said to myself, well, there is no resistance until it gets to 6805. I knew 6800 was psychologically a psychological magnet, so I knew price would go to 6800. Where the concern came in is, would it break the 6805 resistance level? Would it break through there? And because from time to time, it will get to that resistance level and be rejected. However, in this particular case, I saw that, and I saw it was moving through 6,800 with volume. It had relative strength behind it. The ATR was pretty good. As you can see, it ended at 932. And it was on an upswing when it ended. So and if you look at it, it just really started to push up about right here. It went from 7 to 9. So that's a good indicator that it's building some momentum. And with that being said, I stayed in the trade. Price came back above 6.8. I had quite a few issues. However, price did come back up. I finished the trade positive, so made a profit. However, earlier in the day, I set the sell limit for 30%. I could have got 100% return on this trade. It was good enough to go the distance, get 100%, but I got auto closed at 30%. It wasn't a loss. It was actually a 30% gain, which is good, but I wanted that 100%, But anyway, that's just a quick recap, and I would even consider it a lesson on how the VWAP attracts the price. With that being said, we're going to move to the next topic that I wanted to talk about and kind of go over in terms of lessons. We've covered the previous day high, previous day low. We've talked about the VWAP to no end. I will always refer back to the VWAP, but I did cover it. In short, it's a magnetic line that price is attracted to. That's how it works. Like, price will be attracted to the VWAP line, and it can act as support and resistance. So that's what the next topic is. Today, we're going to talk about support and resistance. Support is below the VWAP. Resistance is above the VWAP. So what that means is, in this case, you see how the candlesticks are sitting on the VWAP over to the far right. Okay, well, the VWAP is acting as resistance. Notice how price did not go above the VWAP. Well, VWAP is a resistance in this case because it is the ceiling. Okay, now support is down here. You see that? Those are all support levels. Those are support levels. Okay, there's another support level over here. I have my crosshairs on it. These are support levels. So what that means is that when price gets to that level at the bottom, these are all bottoms. Okay, these are all liquidity pockets too, but I'm gonna leave the topic on support and resistance. So those are, the bottom is support, the top is resistance. Okay, so what that means is when price gets to those levels, it could be absorbed and price could stall right there. Okay, that would be a stall level. So in terms of where we place our calls and strikes, our calls and puts, okay, this is relative because we want to put our puts down here and our calls up here at the top. Okay, let me get rid of some of these lines. That might be kind of confusing. Let me get rid of the box. Okay, there. All right, so A good put placement would be, I'll draw you a new box. A put placement would be down here below. Because when price comes down, it should not, in theory, go below the support level, which is sitting on top of the gold line that I just drew. Okay, that's your support level. Now I'm going to identify a resistance level. We're gonna go towards the ceiling now. And I'm gonna go here with that. There are various, based on where the price is at 68.30. So the closest support level is, resistance. I'm sorry, I said support. I meant to say resistance. The closest resistance level to price, which is in the green at 68.30. I'm gonna go right. Well, I placed it pretty good. So that is the first resistance level price would encounter. And we would consider putting our calls above 68.43. If you look over to the left, it has the price 68.43 right there. So what we would consider doing is placing our calls. I'll actually move that line to make it easier to understand. There. Okay, so that's easier to understand. So price would be subject to be rejected at 68.65, possibly. As you can see, there is another resistance level above that and you look at the right always wants to cover what's happening on the left. So there's some untouched territory above the current price. So we're gonna seriously consider that resistance level at the top. I see quite a few of them. So I'm actually going to reposition there. That is the actual resistance. There's the resistance level. Hopefully you're getting that. I like making it gold. And then this is a resistance level at the very top. So take a look at that. And we're going to talk about it for a few more seconds. Okay, so at the bottom, so I'm identifying it based on where the price is now, 68.30. See the green, all right. And I'm going to give you this. I'm going to give you one based on where price is. I'm going to give you another resistance level. Okay, so there. All right, so I've identified two areas of support. You got the gold line sitting at 67.94 and 67.73. I've identified those two. That's a support zone at the bottom. Okay, at the top you have the resistance zone. Starting at 68.44. There's another one I would classify at 68.65, and then a 68.84. Those are resistance zones. Those are areas where price is subject to be rejected. Okay. So at the bottom is your put placement. At the top is your call placement. I'm not going to go too much into calls and puts at this particular time. We'll save that for another lesson. Today was just a quick overview of support and resistance levels. So that's pretty much it. Any questions, come to the workshop on Saturday at 1, and we'll go over this a bit more in depth, and hopefully you leave there with a greater understanding of market structure. These are components of market structure. There's not much to it. We're almost through it. However, these are the basics. All right, so that's it for support and resistance. Next, we'll go over liquidity pools and clusters, how they act as targets. And we'll look at highest probability first, and that'll be the next lesson. All right, so with that being said, we're going to move into the Smart Money Roadmap time. It's time to start mapping that out, just double checking. Oh, I did want to say one more thing about yesterday. Barry asked a question of how low would it go? And I wasn't quite sure. I was like, I didn't do an analysis of how low price could go today. So let me do that. And what came to mind is we did not take a look at barchart.com yesterday. So that was an error. Well, not an error. It was just an oversight. It was an oversight of checking one of our resources. If we had checked our resources, the barchart.com, so I'm going to emphasize that we always take a look at that in our smart money planning, because we would have noticed that there was a support level at 67, I think it was 67.80 to 67.70. So there was a support zone down there, which means that there was a liquidity pool and cluster. So it was an actual target we can see it on the chart, 6794 to 6773. That was a existing liquidity pool that we would have seen had we checked barchart.com. So we're going to be sure to check barchart.com moving forward, because that would have been a good indicator of where price was going to go. Because if you look at the chart, right, I wish I had real boxes. But I'm going to try to get the crosshairs here. Let's get rid of that. And there's the crosshair. So right in the middle of the crosshair, you see these big red candles right here. So they just started bombing away, right? And then it finally just stopped right there. But when it's happening in real time, you're like, when is it going to stop? And had we looked at barchart.com, we would have had a gauge of where price would have stopped and stabilized. We would have had an idea. So we would have, in other words, been looking for, here's a zone where it could possibly stop. Anything below that would have been horrendous. However, brings up another point. On a day-to-day, SPXW moves 45 points. 40, well, actually is 40 to 80. However, if it goes 40 in one direction, it will go 40 in the other direction-ish. This is generally speaking, not specific. However, it will move approximately 45 points in either direction. So in other words, if it goes down 80 points, it's going to come back up, about 40 to 45 points. I hope that makes sense. It's range. So the range, if it goes up 80 points, it's going to come back down approximately 40 points. something like that. It moves 40 points, okay, on average, 40 to 80. I know I just threw two numbers out there, but you can use that when price is trending in a direction. You know that it's going to go 40 to 80 points, and then it will balance itself out. There is an equilibrium here, all right? And you can use the VWAP to help you navigate and determine which direction price will navigate to. Okay, I know that's a lot. And I probably lost you. If you stick with it long enough and you stick with me long enough, it will become clear. I promise. All right. You'll see it in real life, and we'll be able to make sense of that. However, so anyway, back to, I know my thought processes I get very analytical, and I wish you could see the inside of my brain as it's like scanning and calculating, the charts and the graphs and all the million thoughts that go into it. It's pretty cool. Anyway, let's get back to the smart money roadmap before I go too far down that like universe in my mind. Anyway, here we go. We are going to take that screenshot of this screen. This is the 5-minute time frame. You can see my time frame at the bottom. The very bottom shows you the time frame. Again, we use the 5-minute for entries. We use the higher time frames for macro structure. I like looking at the 4-hour sometimes. A lot of the masters look at the 4-hour. It's, hold on, we got way too many lines in there. Let's clean that up. So why the 4-hour, coach? What's up with that? Well, it shows us like the bigger structure. Why do we want to use that? Well, because on the 4-hour time frame, you can see like this red candle right here. We were in a sell program for most of the day. That's why that candle is so big. But then you start seeing these green candles. Those are from previous days. We can kind of get an idea of what the market was like. So we're just getting a feel for the sentiment of the market. Do we see certainty or uncertainty? That red means, sell, uncertainty, from the retail trader standpoint. And the institutions are invoking those feelings and those emotions. So we take a look at the 2-hour. So, you can see the last 2 hours of yesterday was a buy. So again, below the VWAP, the institutions are buying at a discount. And 60-minute, 30-minute. So I'm just getting a visual of, again, what the market structure was yesterday. It'll be different today, but I'm just looking at yesterday, we'll use that data in just a moment. Oh, look at that test of the VWAP. That big green candle sitting on top of it is testing it. Oh, on the 10-minute, it actually was on top of it. And the 5-minute, which we use, it claimed it. So the VWAP was reclaimed in the last 5 minutes of the day. Wow, talk about to the wire, huh? That was to the wire. I was so excited. I thought I had 100%. Anyway, let's take this screenshot, get this report generated. So again, we're going to use higher agency, which simply means we're taking this screenshot right here. Boy, look at that, all that beautiful data. Oh man, I just love it. Okay, so we're gonna go to the ES futures. You know how we do it. We go ES futures 500. I don't know. You like the angle of my screen today? I kind of like it. This is my iPad, and I flipped it to vertical instead of horizontal. Makes the candles look taller. Oh boy, look at the ES futures. Ooh, okay, let's go ahead and take that screenshot. Boy, it is so far below the VWAP. Interesting. What does that mean? Nothing really. We're based on the market structure. We just take what we see. We look at the market structure. It's the field of play, and we plan accordingly. Whether it's up or down, I mean, it's always supply or demand. I'll always say that, and you'll hear me continue. Right now, they're in a distribution. Like, those candles are pretty big, and they're headed down to, let's see where they're going. Just real quick, I'm always curious about where it's headed. Wow, it's headed to no man's land. Okay. Oh. Where did I go here? Again, this is the ES futures, and we're gonna go larger time frame, and price is at 67.60, and we start seeing support levels like down here. So that's what I'm saying, is like there's always support levels. There's always targets. The institutions always have a target. And our job as smart money traders is to get an idea of what their targets are. So, here we go. So you can see over to the left where the support levels start. So it's not going to fall endlessly. It's headed to one of these levels, so it can sell off and then accumulate and buy at a discount because it's far below the VWAP. So the accumulation will take place, price will stop, and they will start to accumulate, take orders at a discounted price, and then they will they're selling into the profit zone, right? And then they're gonna start buying at a cheaper price that they sold it. Yeah, they're gonna sell it at a higher price than they actually bought it. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, enough of that. Let's go back to the 5-minute time frame. Let's take this screenshot. Let's get this report generated so we can kind of map out our morning. Just so I'll be available all day today. So I'll probably stop streaming after we get our first trade underway. And if you are still out there and or if you want to come back, just send me a text off the thread, and I'll start the live stream again. I know I said that yesterday. I apologize. But I did say, I had a training session, and then, it turned into, my doctor wanted to, do a follow-up. I had the surgery on Wednesday, and everything's going good with that. But, just some care. It was a care call. It wasn't from the doctor. It was actually from the nurses, his office and stuff. But anyway, that I kind of got caught up on that. And so I wasn't able to do the live stream at 11:30 for the 12-to-1 trade, as I was saying. I didn't even do the 12-to-1 trade. I was stuck in the one from the morning and waiting for it to return back to the VWAP. Took all day. So anyway, I will be available from open to close today until 1. And so if you, feel the urge to get a trade in, you can send me a text and I'll start the live stream again. Okay, so otherwise, we're just here for the first trade of the day, the opening one. And I've got my screenshot, I got my data ready to go. And okay, two screenshots, one of the ES 500, one of the SPX. And I'm going to grab my notes. Hopefully the notes are working for you. If they're not, then let me know. You do have to train your AI, though, to, respond and give you what you want. Yeah, you have to train it. I mean, that's the best I can tell you. Is it took me a while to train Grace, my AI agent, to organize my reports and give me the data that I want. So if you notice, like, she's not giving you numbers next to the developing, the previous day's high, previous day's low, the VWAP basis, the support levels. If you're not getting numbers, then she's not doing her job. And you have to tell her, do your job. Give me my numerical values. Seriously.
The American stock market is down, with the S&P 500 down 0.6%, the Nasdaq Composite Index down 0.3%, and the Dow Jones Industrial Average down 1.6%. SPX and SPY update.
All right, that was Georgia. My AI Echo, what is that? The Echo show. And I programmed her to just make announcements throughout the day, in the morning and stuff like that, to keep me focused. She reminds me of what quarter we're into. So anyway, I have my smart money roadmap generated. Looks like, let's go back to what Georgia was saying. She was saying that the market was down today. Well, that means very little. I mean, we'll keep that into consideration. However, the market was up yesterday at the open, and then you saw what happened. So we take that with a grain of salt. We say okay, and we let the market tell us what it wants to do and show us what it wants to do. We base everything on what we see. We base it on the charts. In other words, you can say the market's up, you can say the market's down, but we're looking at the charts and we're gonna say, okay, this is what the charts say. This is what I see. Okay, so I just flipped it back to the SPXX, and I am going to print my smart money roadmap off. It looks pretty good. But mind you, this is the one we start with. This may not be the one we finish with. We might need to update it if it does not go according to plan. As this is not a guarantee, it's a list of probabilities based on the ES futures, which is the same, or should I say similar, to the SPXX. We can use the market structure of the S&P futures, apply it to the SPX, and get a roadmap. However, we need to update our roadmap throughout the day. So maybe another 1 to 2 times. Okay, with that being said, it's time to go into the technical analysis phase. So I'm gonna PDF this. It's analyzing. Yeah, pretty long analysis. Okay. Okay, I'm going to print it off and we'll draw a box. And oh, let's not forget barchart.com. All right, so want you to go to barchart.com, just get in the habit of doing these things. Even if it doesn't make sense right now, it will. It will. I promise you it will. It's repetition. It's just like when we're in the gym, right? It's repetition, consistency. And then you start to respond, your body starts to adapt, your mind starts to adapt. Adaptation. Okay. Here's what I see. I see an overnight high in the see an overnight high, 68.45. I see an overnight low of 67.51. That's a range of 94 points. So that's a big range, which is the difference between the two, right? So what that leaves us is with a liquidity target above 68.40 or below 67.50. Okay, 6750. That's pretty low. Okay, so we know how low it could go. I know. We always get nervous when price is going down, huh? It's like, when will it stop? Well, that's one indicator of how low it'll go. 6750. I'm gonna put that in red. I use highlighters. So we got that in red. So I know, like, when price starts going down or when I'm trying to place my puts, I look for the red. When I'm placing my calls, I look for the green. All right, so previous day's levels. So the previous day's levels, which isn't the most accurate based on what Grace has given me, but it's useful. All right, meaning that Grace is telling me that the previous day's high is 68.60, but we know the previous day low was lower than 67.90. However, I am going to make a note of that. Actually, we saw price go to 67. I think the lowest I saw was, it tells us right here on the chart. So Grace, you're off a little bit. 67, like 74. However, we'll go ahead and use this 67.90 number because it is in the zone. However, we'll just be aware of that. We've got the VWAP. We see our magnetic line, 68.18-ish. But mind you, it moves throughout the day, and it's a magnet, but it's not guaranteed. So we understand the price will go in that direction, but it could get rejected, okay, as it's going through the support and resistance levels. So our strategy is based on the bias of the VWAP, and we don't want to rely on the VWAP as our lifesaver. Okay, it can save us, but we don't want to rely on it in that way. Okay, and we got price trending below the VWAP. We've got reaction levels, which are going to serve as resistance at 68.10, 68.40, and 68.70. So I'm going to make note of that 68.70 because I'm just making note of where I would put a call. And it would be outside of the 68.70 range. And that is probably where I'm going to place the upper part of the box. Excuse me a second. Need to get some drink before the market opens. So support levels, 67.50, 67.25, and 6,700. Whoa, that's way low. Okay, so that's pretty low. Puts. And so today, it's definitely gonna be a safety day. So I see the puts down at 6,700. That's like 100 and from where price is now, 130 points about, right? Something like that. So the institutional supply zone. So let's make note of this. This is pretty important. So we got a supply zone at 68.35 through 68.70. And we have a demand zone way down at 6,700 through 6,725. So that's not even on the chart. That's so low. Okay, so let's keep that in mind. Liquidity targets. Okay. Another thing, going back to yesterday, another thing that happened was we entered that trade. Price was at 68.25 ish. Oh, it had just done a sweep at 68.25, went down to the lower levels of like 68.15 ish. Returned back to the VWAP and got rejected. So I was actually wanting to exit that trade as it was going back to the VWAP. I saw like really good profits, and they didn't stabilize, which is what happened. So there was a lot of volatility. Price was bumping around. And I was trying to exit the trade. I'd see, the profit that I wanted, and it didn't execute. And so that's when I set the sales price. So I'll set it again, but I'll remember this time that I set it. But I wanted to exit that trade a lot sooner. I didn't want to be in that trade for very long, and because we get 2 A+ setups every day. So that was the first A+ setup, take the small profit, get out of the trade. But the bigger A+ setup was when it actually got to the bottom. And that would have been a great time to enter the trade when price was at its lowest. And then play it, like put your put underneath the lowest, and then the call could have been placed on top of the VWAP in that zone above it, and that would have been an excellent play into the close of the day. Oh, well, maybe we'll get some action like that today. So anyway, I'm gonna go to liquidity targets. Okay, so here's our targets. Target one is being identified at 67.50. So we're looking at the downside for target one. These are probabilities, okay? We may need to regenerate this report. However, target one, 67.50, target two, 67.25, target three, 6700, which is a major institutional demand zone. So we've got some upside liquidity at, well, we're calling it upside, but at 68.10, 68.40, 68.60. Okay, so I'm gonna draw our box in just a moment. And let's not forget about the magnet number of 6,800. That's gonna be like ground zero. That's gonna be the middle. 6,800 is gonna be the middle today. So what does it look like? Let's talk about quarter one. Liquidity sweep of 67.50 or a squeeze towards 68.10. So we can, in the first quarter, expect price to go to 67.50, possibly a liquidity sweep down there. That being said, we do have to keep in mind that there is a major institutional demand at 6,700. So put placement would be, should price get to 67.50, put placement could ideally be below 6,700 or lower, depending on the deltas and the premiums. So that would be a pretty safe play under 6,700. I mean, as low as 6680. That would be a really good distance from the actual institutional demand. All right. So with that being said, we got opening liquidity sweep, probably 67.50 or 68.10. The 68.10 sweep is, yeah, we that one we kind of proceed with caution because that's like dead center. So price can still go in either direction. Yeah, so we'll see. Quarter two, 7:30 to 9, VWAP rejection attempts range would be 67.50 to 68.10. So we are subject to be in the 67.50 to 68.10 range for the most part of the morning. And we'll see a drift back towards 6,800, which is going to be our pin zone today. So price should be pinned there. That might be a good opportunity to do a compression condor, which is when price compresses, we just place our calls above the compression, our puts below the compression. Likely price is likely to close between 67.75 and 68.10. So we'll see a lot of play between 67.50 today and 68.10. We've got some chop zones, 67.80, 68.10, 67.50 to 67.70 if price should go towards the lower side, 67.50 to 67.70 chop zone. Chop zones make another good opportunity to do a compression condor. And let's see, so we're looking at puts in the 6,700 neighborhood. We're looking at calls and possibly the 6870 neighborhood. So we want to put those strikes outside liquidity extreme. So we want to make sure our strikes are outside of the targeted zones. For the BWIC, for the BWIC, we want to kind of nudge in as close as we can to the zone and expand in the opposite direction, because we're looking for a reversal with the BWIC placement. But we want to trade with smart money. We want to trade with the institutions, not against them. Right. Bearish overnight expansion far below V1 price. Okay, so let's draw this first box of the day. Okay, so I actually want to go to a higher time frame to draw our box. And our box is going to look like this. I like the gold. And oh, come on. There. Okay, that's our box. 6, 7, 8, 5, 6, 7, 12. So we let price come to us, and we make our plays accordingly. Probability, not prediction. Okay. All right. So with that being said, we're gonna go ahead and take a break and get some coffee and get ready for the opening bell. All right. Be back in hopefully 9 minutes.
No early trades.
All right, I'm back. Got my coffee. I'm waiting for the opening. While I was getting my coffee, I realized that I hadn't checked barchart.com. So let's go ahead and do that. That's barchart.com. And what we do at the top, find the magnifying glass, the search. We enter our symbol, SPX. Hit return. You want to scroll through all the noise. There's a lot of advertisements on there. A lot of ads. You want to exit out of those carefully. Get through all the news. Hey, it's a free app, so I'm not complaining. All right, so we want to scroll down to key turning points. Make sure it's on daily at the top. And we want to make note of 321 R resistance. And we see 6974. We see 6922. And we we see 6876. Okay, what that means is the analyst from barchart.com are identifying resistance levels there. And we're going to go 1, 2, 3, support level. First support level is 6778. That would have answered our question yesterday.
First quarter liquidity sweep lockout. Market open. No trades during volatility. Observe only.
So you see that.
Q1 smart money psychology lets trick retail into buying so we can offload. Sweep confirmation. Volume confirms sweeps, breakouts, exhaustion. Sweep volume spikes 150 to 220% of the prior 20-bar average. Occurs at or through the previous day's high or previous day's low. Overnight high or overnight low. Sweep completion continued. Occurs at prior liquidity cluster, single impulse candle, no chop, immediate range rejection or stall after the spike. Breaks key level by 3 to 8 points. A fake sweep, 130% volume, overlapping candles, price holds above or below with no rejection.
All right, so looks like we have a big play down. All right, so that's what I was about to say in regards to the support levels. So since we're headed down, we're looking at support levels. We're not looking at resistance levels yet, okay? So from my extraction from barchart.com, I see that we are headed towards 6726. We have already broken the 6778 support level, which is what I extracted from barchart.com. And if you do look at your chart, you will see candles in the area of 6778, which have already, like, that is where, if you have your crosshairs out, you can look and you can identify, what a support level, my pin, turn it on. Hey. Oh, let's get rid of that. And now my crosshairs will work. Yeah, so we see a support level like right here. Right here. So it's through there. So price is already gone through there. We're seeing a liquidity sweep, trying to get us like a better visual of what's happening over on the left. We haven't been here in quite a while. Yeah, so okay, so we got that. So where are we? Let's take a look at the smart money roadmap. Let's see where we're at. We're at 652. So we're at 652. So I see 6726 as a potential target. 6726. 6726. All right, I'm going to make a note of that. Looking for any other targets here in that range. Mind you, it can go as low as 6680. Okay, so at this point, 6,700 becomes a psychological magnet. 6,700. So we're looking at 6,700. Okay, so there's a true demand zone, 6,700 through 6,725. At which time, once it gets to 6,700, 6,725, that support level at 6,680 becomes very attractive because that is the lowest probability of price today. And so if I can get a put at 6,680, which would be lower because 6,680 is a zone where the smart money team, the institutions would target 6,780 and go do a probe into there as low as 66. I would even say 60 just to be safe. 6660 would be my put. And I would feel like really good about that. So we're letting price come to us. It's at 67.43, subject to keep going to 6,700. Mind you, it can move 80 points in one direction and return to make a return of about 40. So the range of the day would be about 45 points, which is on average. We look at a lot of averages and probabilities, but the data is right in front of us, so it's not a secret. We're just learning how to navigate, and it is possible to learn how to do it. We're learning. We're absorbing, we're watching. Observation is key. We're hunters. We're setting traps. We're letting price come to us. It's our prey. We're condors. We're predators. Predatory birds. Apex hunters. Yeah, I know this is the boring part. This is the not so exciting part. Again, we can set our price alerts. So if it were me and, I had stuff to do and I didn't want to sit, at my screen, which I don't, once we enter the trade, I'll take a break and do other things. However, I would set my price alerts. So that's something that we need to evolve into is setting price alerts and auto stops, auto closes. So we don't have to monitor or manage it so closely. It becomes automated at that point. I know that's a very common response I get is I don't have time to do this. Well, we're working on our financial freedom. I hope you have time for it. We figure out a way to make it work for us. That's the whole thing is how do we make this work for us? And using higher agency, which includes the auto stops and how to automate this, How do we get to be hands-free, and how do we not have to think about this? And the way we do that is we get familiar with the tools that are available to us, the higher agency tools. They're available. And I know we're not too old to learn. Don't ever get too old to learn something new, because that's how we grow. That's how our minds grow, our brains grow. And if we stop growing, then we start dying. We're dying anyway, but I'm just saying, like, I want all my faculties, when I cross over, I want like my neurons to still be firing in my brain, and I just want to be tired and just want to go, but I still want to, have a high quality of life, and this will help. This is like doing a crossword puzzle. All that brain stimulus. Again, this is the not so fun part. We're at 6744. Where does that fit on our roadmap? What would the next support level be? 6725. So below this level is 6725. And we're coming to the bottom of the box. So we're approaching our line. Oh, you know what? I'm on a 60-minute time frame. I need to change this to a 5-minute. There. Oh, we're already at 6725. Hey. And my bottom line disappeared when I changed the time frame. So it was about, I think it was at, yeah, it was about right there. We'll just put it there since that's the low. I actually think it was on 12, but that's cool. Go ahead and put it here. We'll turn that gold. There. Okay, so we are already at the lower level that was identified. So we are at the 25. It could go to the 6,700, like I was saying. That's the psychological magnet, 6,700. And I will be redrawing the box shortly. But as of right now, Price is sticking to the smart money roadmap, and the the bearish part of it. We're down in the demand zone. So the true demand zone is 6,700 to 6,725, and we're already in it. We're at the upper parts of it, so it could and probably will go down to 6,700, which is where I will enter a trade. It has to break the lower part of the box, the gold bar that I have there first, though. And it has to get to 6,700. There is a support level at 6,680, and I'll go below that for the put entry, and should get a nice premium on that and place my call as high. Well, the call would probably go above that big red candle, because that could be the high of the day. Yeah, but we'll process that. Well, I guess we can start processing.
First trade window open. Only expansion trades allowed. Displacement is required.
Well, I do believe we have a ways to go on the descension. The RSI is still really low. It's in oversold. You see the red line there underneath the blue line. That's a big sell-off. The average true range candles are 15.89. We may as well say 16. That's a big range down. So that's a big candle headed in the downward direction, in other words. If that makes better sense. Volume, the volume candles are getting smaller. It's not an indication that price is going to go the other way. So we're just letting it come down. I think we'll get I think we're headed towards 6,700. We'll see. We'll give it a little time. I'm going to step away for a second, be back in 5. Oh, the original line is back. So we'll use that one. Yeah, I'm seeing that this will go lower. The average true range is pretty high, 16. The RSI is pretty low, and the volume's low. So we're in a sell program. So I am just holding, being patient, letting price come to 6,700, possibly 6,680, at which time it will be execution. It means enter the trade. Or we have to let it come on down. Come on. This could be a reversal pattern right here. However, I'm not falling for it. Could be a trend reversal, but I'm not convinced. Does fit the pattern though. However, I know that there's a liquidity pocket at 6,700, so it's gonna take a lot of convincing for me to believe that it's going to leave that alone. Yeah, I'm gonna be cautious today, extremely. So until price reclaims 67.50, I'm gonna stand down on any possibilities of opening a trade. Really have my eye on the 67.60 level for the put. However, right now, because price is so far away from that level, it does not have an attractive delta. It's at 0.07 right now, and I think we can do better. I think price has a possibility of returning to 6,700. It just swept the 67.25 level. We're seeing like signs of sweep completion. That's what that pattern looks like that we're looking at right now. You see the bearish engulfing candle headed straight down big. Then you see a pin bar right there where you have wicks on both ends. And then you see a hammer, which is the wick at the bottom and the green at the top. And then you see a bullish engulfing candle. So those are signs of a reversal and a sweep completion. However, I am not convinced that price is going to accelerate in the opposite direction, simply because the volume's low, RSI is low, and we still have a average true range that is 18. So candle size is still relatively large for the 5 minute time frame. So we can get a move in like either direction quickly, and most likely it would be down. Yeah, quarter one, 6:30 to 8, liquidity sweeps, fake outs, and overnight trap testing. So we saw the liquidity sweep. We could be looking at a possible fake out and trap. What does that look like? What does that mean? That means we enter the trade right now based on what we see, and we are quickly breached. Trade goes against us as soon as we enter it. So this, as far as I'm concerned, not a decisive move. In Q2, quarter two, we can get a clearer perspective on decision and expansion, and that comes in the 8 to 9:30 time frame. So I am ruling out any quarter one trades today, simply because price is within striking distance of the 6,700, and I'm not convinced it won't go there. Could we enter a compression trade right now? Yes. What would that look like? That would look like strike placement. Yeah. Price is at 67.24. Hey. Sorry, just noticed a couple things. That's pretty cool. Huh. Yeah, today's play is gonna take a little longer to develop. I just didn't trust the bottom of the box today. Gonna need a retest of that. I'm actually gonna redraw the box. Bring that down to about right there. There we go. New box. Okay, so our VWAP has been replaced at looks like 6734, and this is an attempt to reclaim the VWAP at 6734. We see a bullish displacement candle. See how that candle just jumped straight up there? Well, that's what we call a displacement candle, and this is the first sign that there is an attempt to head towards the upper targets. We'll look for acceptance or rejection here.
Can I just send it back to you?
Let me think about this for a second. But we want to do the end goal is for it to end up in your trader account. So it has to come from one of your personal accounts. I was trying to send it to your personal US bank checking account.
My Zelle is only set up through my business account, and I don't have any other ways of, but you can only have so many links. My phone number and,
So unlink one account.
but I need my business account to be set up through Zelle so I can have that separate right now, and then it's also linked to my USAA.
So if it's in your business account,
It's not in my business account, it's in my USAA account,
your personal account?
my personal USAA account.
Oh, okay, so now we can send a wire from there to your trader account.
We have to do this every time.
I don't know. Probably not, because the account will be funded. Let me think through this. So the trader account will be funded, and we won't have to wire any money into it again. From today forward, we'll just be transferring ACH profits out. Okay. So the profits will then go to your personal checking account, and then you will need to, well, I mean, now that I know that the funds are in your personal checking account, I can cancel it from you. I just needed to know where they were.
It's in my USAA account.
Okay, so the So at this point, we are going to let price get to the top of the box. Looks like the 67.50 level has been reclaimed, and we should be going towards the top of the box. Let's see, next target. Looks like we could possibly be done with the lower targets. VWAP has been reclaimed. We're on top of the VWAP line now and headed towards an upper target, which would be well, from here we could get to 68.10. Yeah, that would be the next liquidity target, 68.10. Nope, haven't entered a trade yet. Needed further confirmation. And we're looking at 68.10 as an upside liquidity target at this point. VWAP has been
Q2
reclaimed.
continuation or reversal decision trap. Midday chop zone. Range behavior likely. Capital protection phase. Smart money psychology. Let them think price is stable. We accumulate quietly.
So at this point, the trade entry, I'm looking at entering below the VWAP. It will serve as a support line now. 6737 is where I'm identifying the VWAP is 6737. The delta looks pretty good there, 6737. We did a sweep of 6725, 6712. Below the psychological round number of 6700. Looking at 67 buy. Sell the 6695. Buy the 6690. Now I'm going to look at the call side. So the upside target, we have a chop zone there. Upside target is 6810. And I'm going to open up the 6820. I'm going to sell the 6820, and I'm going to buy the 6825. Got the iron condor. We're going to Okay, so the trade structure looks like 6695, 6690, 6820, 6825. That's looking pretty good. We're gonna preview that. Credit looks good. Yeah, that's about what it's looking like. That's the credit. Safe. I'll take it. Credit looks like 125 on that. That should be a good day. Boy. All right, so that trade has been entered, and now it's time to manage it. Let's see. So we are going back to the VWAP line. We'll see another test of it. We'll see what happens. So let's see if the VWAP line is accepted or rejected. Like to see, what would I like to see? I would like to see an acceptance of the VWAP line and for price to continue towards the 68.10 target on the upside. I do believe we'll see an attempt for price to return there based on the gap that we have. We have a gap down from the previous day's activity to our open. And the market structure would like to attempt to close that gap as it's pretty wide. Okay, we're seeing a big green bullish engulfing candle. That's a good sign that VWAP will be accepted. Okay, so we're in a chop zone right now, 67.50 to 67.70. We've got the chop zone, and we're just letting theta do its job at this point. I have every reason to believe the probability that the target is 68.10, and the VWAP will hold as a support level. I do not believe we'll see rejection of the VWAP at 67.42 at this particular time, with the intended target being 68.10, which is my call is placed at 68.15 and 68.20. It didn't go too far beyond that zone, with all intention of exiting the trade. Look at the auto close. I'm gonna make sure it happens today. Because I would love to be out of this trade in position for the 12-to-1 trade or another A+ setup. So I'm just looking at my analysis, at my situation, looking at my percentages. I see I am going between like 9 and 12 right now to the good, and then it'll bounce back down to like minus 625. So it's pulsing. So I'm seeing the pulse during this chop. I'm setting my auto close for 30%. Brings me to 329 close. All right, well, we've got this trade cooking. I'm going to take a little break and continue to manage it, and be back in at 8:30.
should look into getting Bryce set up through Mainzel instead of card, because card just makes you jump. Now they want me to get freaking TB test, first aid CPR current, which I think I still have to. I would think that they're only getting a fucking TB test, and I know what else they're gonna say, like the whole background thing, and then going and getting all this stuff done where you have to go in and I'm like, fuck all that. I don't wanna do that anymore. Like, I don't wanna go through that whole fucking process anymore, because that's not my like full time job anymore.
You're not committed to that.
No, I don't wanna do it all.
But you only
I'm gonna see what she's gonna send through email, but no, you would get more through Mainzel too, right? They pay me $65 an hour to work with Sam. And I remember last time I tried the whole thing with where he doesn't get like approved for certain things and there's only something else and I'm like I don't know. Are the batteries in the house?
Yeah, this shit. It's a beautiful morning. So I'm still here just trying to manage the trade. Got a new system, so I'm trying to enter the limit price for closing automatic. Trying to figure that out. It's a little tricky. Right now, we're just collecting theta. The price is pretty secure over the VWAP line. It's consolidating, and we're in a good position to close this trade with profits. Don't want to stay in it too long, though. See, we're at the upper bar. I still believe that the 6810 is the next target. I think we'll go up towards that next. I don't see very much resistance other than where we're sitting at. Just an update on the resistance levels. 6870 is a level, is the next resistance level, 6870. Oh, wait, nope, sorry. We're nowhere near 6870. Resistance level headed to the top, aren't we? I stand corrected. 6825, 6700 is the deal. 6700 is the deal. Oh, nope, that's in the wrong direction. Let me get it together. Demand zone 67.25, we're above that. 68.35. 68.10. Resistance level coming up. 68.10. 68.50 to 68.10. 68.69. 68.60, we're already there. Six, 7, 7, 8. Well, it's pretty obvious the top of the box. 67.69 is our resistance level, and we may just stay pinned between the VWAP and the top of the box, 6769 and 6745. Sorry, I had to get my bearings. That's what happens after you take a break, is you have to get your bearings. So yeah, it looks like we'll be pinned between 6769 and 6745, and not much going on until these levels are broken. And I do believe we will head towards 6800. I think we'll head towards the psychological round number of 6800. At which time we should be out of these trades by then. With that being said, I'm going to continue to monitor and manage the trade. Take a break until 9 o'clock. I'll check in. Hopefully I'll have my sell limit order figured out by then. Okay. Yeah, so we're just collecting theta right now. Yeah, no, it's not 9 o'clock. and, and I'm back. I'm about to take a break for breakfast in a second. Just wanted to check in. And let's see. I'm going to check my profit percentage right now. Still haven't figured out how to do my automated call yet. I mean, my automated close. I'm at 18%. 25. This is where I always get tempted to just let it run. But I know that is against professional trader principles. But, I mean, it's in an excellent position to run to close. We do have, again, the target at the upper level, so that could be a problem because I'm not positioned very far outside of that target, and they go into the zone. Like if the target is 6,800, I mean the institutional probe like 6820, 6825. So with that being said, and it's just Yeah, we're seeing a little activity up around the square line. Again, resistance. It's meeting the resistance. Will it push through? Let's see, 1, 2. This is the third attempt. Well, in all honesty, I think I'm going to take my 30%. I'm going to shoot for 30% on this trade, and I'm going to take that and when I see it, and I will at that time be looking for A plus setup number 2, and that's going hopefully get 3 trades in today. So get this one. And another A plus setup as I am predicting. I shouldn't say predicting. Well, the probability suggests that we'll see a run at 6,800, which would be the next A plus setup. Once price gets there, then we'll be looking at another entry, and we'll get 30% off that one, or maybe that one will even take us into expiration. So I'm seeing 25% right now. It's teeter-tottering. Seeing candle formation at the top of the square. Getting a lot of pulsing. Takes my percentage down. I'm going to let it get to a solid 30, hopefully. I'm seeing 25, 26, 23, which means I'm getting pretty close. Let's see what this 5-minute candle does. Maybe I can, hopefully, before breakfast, I get to 30% and I can show you how to use the 1 minute time frame to close your trades. Because you notice how, like, when you're looking, the percentage goes up and down. Well, the 1 minute time frame can help you close the trade on a profitable pulse. Yeah, now we're getting surgical. Yeah, these candles are definitely starting to look like the ATR is 1123, so that means in 5 minutes the candle is subject to move 11 points. RSI is bending up 53, and the volume is consistent. Oh, but we're wicking at the top of the square. So we got a wick up, which does not indicate acceptance at the resistance level 6769. I'm sitting pretty tight. Well, I was sitting pretty tight at 25%. It's looking attractive. As the hungrier I get, the more I want to like close the trade out. But I'll hold on for a while longer. I'm not feeling any signals or signs that I need to get out of there with an urgency. Let's see, it is 8:55, and that puts us towards the end of quarter two. Quarter two is characteristically decision and expansion, which we've seen an expansion from the lower level. We've seen a decision is to go with a bullish trend, which simply means we're above the VWAP. In this particular case, we've seen a bullish reclaim of the VWAP, which means price went up. We saw that. Quarter three's coming up at 9:30. 9:30 to 11 a.m. is quarter three. What we can expect during quarter three is accumulation and distribution. The distribution concerns me a little bit because that obviously means price will go down. So it's characterized by base building plus absorption, energy bills for next move, and message text, bro. Yeah, text me. Energy absorption, energy bills, next move. Key windows in quarter three are 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. 10 a.m. to 10:12 is absorption, and then 10:25 to 10:40 is the setup. So that's characteristic. It's not like to the T, to the minute, to the second, but that's generally what we can expect. during quarter three. Again, summary, accumulation and distribution 9:30 to 11. What we see right now is the decision and expansion, and that's where we are. So it's gonna be break time for this bozo, and we're gonna have some waffles and bacon. Yeah, blueberry. Protein. Kodiak protein, blueberry waffle, and bacon. So keep an eye on these trades. Don't let a good trade go bad. I don't think it will today, but hey, things can change, and we don't want any stress. We're going to keep the stress level low today. None of that nail biter, cliffhanger stuff. We're not going to rely on the VWAP to save us today. It's going to be our support for right now. It's our support. We've got some. Let's see. I just want to do a little analysis real quick of support as I see it right now. We've got the VWAP, of course. However, I think we've got a little bit more support in there. Let's see. That's really important for me. Let's see. We got like a nice bit of support in there. We have the VWAP line, and we've got like institutional backbone in there. Those big candles are typically signs and footprints of the institutional entries. So we've got them starting at 6741 and going to, looks like where I made my entry at 6725. I ended up coming in at 6725 because I was having issues opening my trade, and that's where I landed. I feel pretty confident that support will hold up, and my position in my put side shouldn't be threatened. Shouldn't be. But we're okay for now. That's all that matters, is just being okay for now. We play this strategy out on the 5-minute time frame, right? Okay. So with that being said, bon appetit.
Q3 exhaustion zone. Late session window. Manage positions carefully. No revenge trades. Smart money psychology. Now that we have loaded, move quickly before retail reacts.
Well, this looks like where the fun starts. Been in the trade for a little while, and we've had a flip of the VWAP, so price is now beneath the VWAP line. I don't know why the candles aren't printing. I'm looking at a few different charts, and on this one, looks like we're not getting the candles to print. But there it is. So we're headed back down, possibly towards the lower liquidity levels. We've got the institutional size candles down there going into, looks like 67.12. I know we had a sweep at the 67.25 level, and then there's some lower targets down there, which cause a bit of concern. However, you know, the VWAP is overhead, and price will gravitate back towards the VWAP, hopefully. I don't like to trade based on hope, so I'm looking at the support levels. We'll see if they hold. If they don't, then there is liquidity beneath. I do believe this side, the right, will fill in just as the left looks. And then let's get back to our smart money roadmap. So it looks like we're hitting our first line of resistance, and we are getting some buyers showing up. As you can see, the hammer's starting to form, so buyers are pushing the candle back up towards the top. I do believe that is possibly an institutional base. So that could be a zone that the institutions protect and will not let price slide beneath possible. That's our 67.40. Oh, we're seeing a lot of VWAP play. I'm beginning to think that we'll see a high today of 47, 67, 57. 67, 57 is what I'm thinking. Reason being, the reason I come up with that particular number is because I'm looking at the low of 67.12, and typically SPX will move about 45 points in either direction. And I believe 67.12 will be our official low, unless we go after the 6,700 number, which is still a possibility. However, the VWAP being where it is at 67.47, it would have to move quite a bit in order to finish below 67.12. I don't see it going 45 points on the down. Although there is liquidity down there.
Okay, what do I need to do?
Here I come.
From the USAA?
No. Oh, is that where I get into it?
Yeah, that's what I told you this morning.
Okay, so yeah.
No, just obviously I've read through my email. I need to look up. showing me my accounts in my USAA account on your site. How are you doing that if it's not linked? And now when I try to link it, you're saying we can't verify it. It's right fucking there. It's in your, what do you mean you can't verify it?
You fucking rethink this. How did we get money in there to begin with?
Yeah.
I sent a wire. How the fuck did I do that? And I thought it was through Swab, but that was a pain. I was just trying to avoid that. I think it's the trigger already linked to your USAA. So you could do an ACH and just send it that way. It just takes a few days, whatever, just to avoid the fucking thing. Just ACH the 800 to trigger. So forget the wire. It's just really slow at posting it, but whatever.
Well, why didn't you put it through to Trader just from where you sent it to my account? Why didn't you just send it straight
That's
to
what
Trader?
names didn't match.
Well,
So yeah, my name has to match my account, your account has to match your account. And I'm trying to establish a link that makes it like easier. Because I still have to pull our profits out of there and put them in our respective accounts. So and the problem is because I sent the money to your USAA instead of your US bank. So that's how I created the problem, because I didn't send it to the right account. I didn't think that, I didn't stop to think, oh, your Zelle is linked to your USAA account.
I have a Zelle that's linked to my USAA, and I have a Zelle that's linked to my business account. I
Business.
can't
So why didn't you?
do any other ones because I only have, it's, through my USAA, it's linked through my email and my phone number. Through my business account, it's linked through my email. I don't have any other ways of like linking Zelle to any other
Oh,
accounts.
email business account, okay. So I could have emailed it.
But that's the business account.
Yeah, well, we have a different problem, which would probably be easier solved. Because the business account and the personal account are both US banks. But now we have a problem that the money's completely over at USAA. So what I'm trying to do is link your personal account to your trading brokerage's accounts. So that way I can just send the money straight to your personal account and then we can distribute it from there. It can still end up in your business account, shows as income. And then my split can go to
But even if it goes into my business account, what do we do from there? That's gonna,
We'll put it in your personal account, and then it can go to your
that
broker.
doesn't seem to be, US Bank is,
Well, there's no other option. Well, the only other option is for you to transfer it from, I shouldn't have said there's no other option, because there is. This is the hole we go down into, is you can send it from US Bank to Trader. And I'll just start over with the link. Yeah, that was a hassle. It's just, yeah, a hassle. Just trying to work through. And then I'll still need the,
it won't let me.
won't let you do a transfer.
When I try to send it to Brass and Bloom Collective, it says they are concerned about that, they will not send it,
USAA?
yeah.
What about to your personal account?
I
Damn, Peter.
don't have a Zelle through my personal account in the US Bank,
Oh, I see.
because there's only so much I can do, I have it linked through my phone number, my email, and my business.
Okay. So what I can do then is go, well, I'll try to go on Tradier and just do an ACH transfer, just basic ACH transfer, and that might work. And then from here forward, I'll use, well, if you give me your US Bank info, then I'll be able to just link that through Tradier and just send it from here forward from the,
Just this stuff, okay.
Okay, close that one out. Closed it out at 50%. We're just waiting for the next A plus trade to present itself. And we're looking at the psychological round number at this point. The VWAP has been reclaimed, and we're seeing some institutional footprints. The big green bullish candle, and we see the RSI rising.
I don't understand why my personal isn't in, like, why doesn't it show that everything on that dashboard? If it's showing both of my USAA accounts, why isn't it showing me my personal account in US Bank too?
Mine either. That's why I was asking you yesterday. Like, yeah, that's what because I went into the bank and I had I don't know, she said she had called me. She's like, it's funny you're here because I just called you. I'm like, oh, well, huh. And so I went in her office, I sat down and she like worked on all my other stuff, and then we worked on that and couldn't solve it. I had to leave. But then when I got home, it was better and I was able to complete it. But it didn't show up in my business account, and I was like, why? Like, wouldn't it? And, I mean, like you said, I don't know. But that's why I was asking so many questions to you yesterday about your U.S. bank account. It's like, is your personal account on there, or how do you log into it? And, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, it had me do it I had to set it up through a different, I just don't understand how my USAA got linked there, but then it said it wasn't linked. But then if I went into my personal account and then tried to relink it, or link it in that way, it was linked in. But then it says it's not linked in the other one. That's where you're showing it. How is it not linked in when you're actually showing it to me? It doesn't make any sense.
No.
And I'm like,
I know. It just
all disclosure.
It doesn't make sense. Well, I do believe you are. So now it shows up in your business account.
Well, it says it's initiated that transfer, so I don't know how long that's going to take.
And it's going to go to your business account.
No, it's going to go to my personal account.
Perfect. Okay.
So the USAA that it was originally put in,
so you can close that book. Thank you.
yeah, I just don't know how long it's going to take.
Well, it's okay. I mean, we're operating, so it'll make things more profitable once it gets there, but we're making money, so that's all that matters. We'll make more money once it gets there, but yeah. Did you get a code from Tradier? Email.
Yeah, from Tradier.
Yeah, what is that?
741605.
Seven 41605.
Yeah.
That might have expired. Yeah, I'm gonna have to resend it. Okay, you should get another one.
Not yet.
There was a problem sending your code. Let me try it again. Shit. Okay. Should be on the way.